go a bit faster. Go whole original. That's all. Stand. They're really nice.
Yeah, really good.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ring of Ollie New Year's Eve live show 2025, day 3. Oh, what a day yesterday was. It was a very, very, very painful day. Very painful. Who do we have? Owen. Hello, afternoon, good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, yes, it's yeah, an incredibly painful day yesterday. But there we go. Hopefully, all being well, um, everything will sort itself out today, and um, we will have a good day. That's the hope, anyway. Um, yeah, I'm just looking on my thing. I look quite dark today. Samuel's here. Hello, Samuel. Good afternoon. The Unbelievable 2012. Hello. 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 Good afternoon. Why do I look so dark? I do wonder. Why do I look so dark? That's very odd. Maybe it's because my... Has that got any lighter? How very peculiar. Once again, it is cold in here. So I'm wrapped up. By the end of yesterday's stream, it was warmer. So hopefully, you know. Lighting probably, has your webcam got shade on it? No, no. And all of my lighting is exactly the same as other days. How very, very peculiar. Tuna bells, hello there. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Right, so the plan today is to build as much as we can in, I don't know, up until this evening. And then, because at the end of yesterday's stream, I was in incredible amounts of pain. My fingertips were, and they still are, my fingertips are like red raw, and I'm starting to get blisters on them. Which is weird because I never get them with ringing, but I get them with Lego. So it's really odd. But I was getting blisters on my fingers, and my back was killing me, and I was extremely tired. Which is what happens when you do 10 hours of ringing. Do you still have your plant pot ring? Yes. At the moment, that it's currently, well, the work's actually finished. The back two have been rehung in a new frame. The back three bells have been replaced. The entire ring has been retuned. The fifth wheel has been replaced. New ropes. They've been converted from top pulleys to floor pulleys. And they've been rehung on new bearings. So Ollie, are you doing some things the viewers said on your post? What did they say on the post? Ring my mini ring, we've done that. You could test out clapper ties on them. Not sure why. Test some bell models and their clappers. I don't have any. Well, I do have a bell model, but it's in Norfolk. Should go to a tower and do a live stream, which is difficult to do because the internet, when I get away from here, is incredibly patchy. So the consistency in terms of internet coverage is not good when I leave here. So we are kind of somewhat limited as to what we're doing. But yeah. But keep an eye out for, I think it's the 15th of February, which is when the channel celebrates its 10-year anniversary. There'll be celebrations throughout the year, but 15th of February is the actual anniversary, so I'm planning something for that, but as of now, I don't really know what yet. Yeah, so yesterday we've built the legs, so we built the bottom half and the supporting rail for the viewing platform and the rest of the tower. But I found out yesterday, and I think that's what slowed us down, because we didn't do as many bags as I had been planning yesterday. I think what slowed us down was we they made us do a leg and then open another bag, then do another leg, then open another bag, and then go back. And there were so many pieces on the table, I couldn't find the ones we needed. And there were lots of mistakes because they kept saying go back, but they didn't say go where to go back to. So it was all guesswork, which wasn't easy. So yes, gosh, you're tired. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I'm absolutely shattered. Ollie, how did you find the bells in the Isle of Wight? You're so lucky to ring on the Steel 3. As the church is now redundant. Yes, yes. The Steel 3. What's it? Swanmore. Well, for about 3 or 4 years, one of the local ringers got them ringing every single Sunday, and they had practices, and they put 2 dumbbells in. They rang a quarter of grand of doubles on them, and there was quite an active local band. And then the church closed. But when you look at the church, you think you can kind of see why it closed, because it is massive, and everything it has is big. So all of the problems it could possibly have were big, like massive roof, and I think a roof was one of the main problems. So much roof, it started leaking, and it would cost a lot to keep going. And heating, it's so big, so it costs a lot to heat. So yeah, they closed it, and it was the second church in Ryde. There's another church in Ryde already, so yeah, it was difficult to justify, which is sad. But yes, no, I do ring on. What about the large plant pot ring you own? Was the boredom slow swinging? The large plant pot ring. Oh, the former Chanctonbury Campanile. And before that, it was the Campanile at Aindenby Steeple. Yes, they're in long term storage. That's my long term plan to get them going again, but it would be difficult because a lot of the fittings are worn out. The wheels are okay, but I think that's about it. But they were a ring of 12. They were a 12 with a flat treble and a sharp sixth. They've had 2 peals of Bristol Max rung on them, and somewhere there was an audio recording, but I've lost the audio recording. Can't find it anymore, which is annoying because they sounded really quite spectacular. The wheels survive just about, and I've got one of them at the well, actually, I've got 14 of them, but one of them might be in use for something else at the moment. But there we go. However, other than that, yeah, it's that one is a long-term project. But at the moment, just to get the Bellflower Muse back and hung and in, that would be a good way to start next year and kind of maybe leave next year. Because this year I've done. I mean, for the last month, I haven't done anything really. I've rung about 5 quarters. But before that, this year, I rang 311. I mean, it's too many quarters. So, flat treble would be a sharp second. No, there are extra treble and a flat sixth, which gives you a light 10. I think it's a light 10. Because an extra treble and a sharp second would give you a 9. Yeah. So it would need to be an extra treble and a flat sixth, which it is. Extra, yeah. Extra treble and a flat sixth. Right. So got 2 of these left over. And this is another thing which really confused me. There were these, which were these length, and there were 10 of them. And then there were 8 of the longer ones. And the longer ones go on the outside and the short ones go on the inside. But they didn't say that. They said 8 and 8. But when I opened the bag, I saw the long ones, counted them, and there were 8, which matched the book. So I put them on, and then came along and saw, oh look, we're doing them again. Oh wait, they're shorter. How many do we need? 8. But I've got 10 here, so it can't be these. Then I go to the tower. Yes, it is these. But you just have two. You just have two spare, and the other ones, they don't say that they're the long ones. So there are a few gaps in this building process that are really, really awkward. Really awkward. But there we go. And this is one of the things that I think would be very different if we were building something like the Titanic. Is that, yes, granted, the Titanic is very long, but it's not repetitive because each bit is different. The shell is the same, but inside you actually definitely build the inside, and you have to build the floors and everything. So yeah, I don't think the Titanic would be this repetitive. At least I hope not. The Colosseum, on the other hand, that is famous for being painfully repetitive. Anyway, yes, so the plan for today is we get building, and then I'll build until maybe, don't know, 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock, something like that. And then I've got a compilation. I'm going to have well, on the basis that we get building and we get a good chunk through, I'd like to get to the end of, because this is what we're building now. So the viewing platform and then the next stage up. I'd like to get the viewing platform, the next stage up, and then the next viewing platform, if that's okay. So that's my plan. And on the basis we do that and we get to that stage, I think I might have a slightly earlier evening tonight. Because I'm absolutely shattered. I mean, on Sunday, was it Sunday we started? Yes, Sunday. I woke up, did the stream, went to bed. Woke up on Monday, did the stream, grabbed a piece of bread because that was the only thing I had time to eat as I was shattered, and went to bed. Now I've woken up. So sleep, stream, eat, sleep, stream. That is all. So it's shattering. Oh. Right. Okay. Do I remember seeing that Owen was going yesterday to Canterbury? Canterbury Cathedral has a light 10, but the extra trouble is awfully quiet. Yes, it is really, really quiet. Right. So, yes, what's this? Someone's posted in. So, I'm hoping everyone here watching the stream is a member of the Ringers Discord server. If not, why not? Someone's posted some pictures of, well, that's Rochester. That looks like Malling or Sutton, East Sutton. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. There was a video. Oh, yes. There was a video Owen sent me of the Cleffers. So Clapper's on the right side. So yeah, you could very easily put flower pot on it and it would be good. Anyway, I'm not sure it's who's casting the travels for Downham. Well, Whites of Appleton don't cast. they usually subcontract to, it used to be Wesley's, but it's not anymore. It's Eisbout's or Taylor's. Taylor's obviously cast for themselves, and Nicholson's go to Eisbout's. Nicholson's are definitely Eisbout's. Taylor's are Taylor's, and White's kind of shop around a little bit. I think they kind of go with what the customer would like mainly. So it's either Eisbout's or Taylor's normally. Let's use the live chat on here, on there, as we don't have a stream today. Well, it's easier to use it on here because then everyone can see it, and then it makes sense as well. Right. So, without further ado, let's get building. Right. It's building time. So, Eisbout's or Taylor's? I hope it's Eisbout's. It could be Wesley. Wesley don't really cast anymore. Wesley. Will they cast again? I don't. I have my doubts. I mean, I know Lindfield, I think, will always be the only Wesley ring. Wesley's just aren't interested in bells, which is a shame because they did some fantastic bells. But there we go. You can probably share the Discord stream on the live. I could probably work out how to do it, but it would be tricky and too tired. And then people who aren't on the Discord server will then join the stream and then wonder why we're chatting about stuff, but it doesn't make sense to them. So it's probably easier just to leave it on here, if that's okay. Wesley is still casting. Barely. They're casting ships' propellers and various nautical metalwork. Let's have a look. You can see what bells Wesley have cast. I don't think they've cast anything that recently. No, they haven't cast anything since 2022. I mean, they've only cast 30 bells, one complete ring. Yeah. But from what I'm told, they're not interested, so they put the prices up to what would make it profitable because they're a business at the end of the day, and they're not a business that are just bells. Their main market is, I think, ships, propellers, and other metal castings. So they put the bells, because they were only doing the bells really as a favour for Whitechapel, and they put the prices up to what they should be, and they're now too expensive, so no one really goes to them. Yeah, and it's cheaper. Well, it's cheaper to go to put it into perspective. As far as I'm aware, it's cheaper to go to either Taylor's or get them from Europe than go to Newcastle, Wesley. So, yeah, I don't think they'll cast another ring. I hope they do, but I don't think they will. Which is a shame. As far as I'm aware, they've still got the ability to cast. I think they're physically able to, but they're just not interested. So, and one rather interesting bit of trivia is that when we had our bells cast for Lindfield, we went up and saw them cast, and then we went back up to see them tuned and whatever. Or no, we went up, saw them cast, then they were tuned, and they were tuned on, I think, the Friday or the Thursday and Friday of one week. they sent the recording of the bells to whoever it was. No, the tuners sent the recording of the bells back to Wesley, I think, and they said, "Oh, we're not too happy with the tenor." So they took the tenor back, recast it, and it was back in the tuning shop the next week, a new tenor. And that's how quick they worked. And the quality of the casting is absolutely phenomenal. It's beautiful. Milton Regis, they sound nice. Well, Milton Regis have only got 2 trebles stuck on the front. But yeah, they're it's a shame, but there we go. Anyway, and we had the bells put in at Linfield in summer 2019. Then obviously we stopped ringing in March 2020. That disrupted ringing for, well, really over a year. So till 2021. Then we rang a bit. Then I went to Norfolk for a bit, then came back. And by the time I got back from Norfolk, we still hadn't rung the first peal on them. So we only managed to ring the first peal on the bells earlier this year. So, yeah. Finally they've been peeled, but my lord, it did take a while. But we've got a peel board. The peeled board looks spectacular. We had it made locally, and it matches almost the design and the size of the existing boards. So which is quite good. It's cheaper to get bells from Eyesbouts and get them shipped over here than go to Taylor's. Well, I don't know. Taylor's seem to be, their prices seem to go up and down. There's a lot of negativity surrounding Taylors, but Taylors tend to be like when I've been doing projects and pricing up various projects and getting quotes, you kind of get the scale of pricing. Taylors normally come in at the cheaper end, and the likes of other hangers tend to come in more expensive. And you'd have thought Taylors kind of come in at the cheaper end. How? Why? They consistently do. So it's interesting. Because I tend to find that you got the majority of the bell hangers and then Taylors. So I wonder if it's a bit like Ryanair, where I haven't actually had a job done by Taylors yet, but I wonder if they say, oh yes, it'll be this much, then they do the work and they say, oh, but you wanted clappers. Oh, well, that'll be that extra. Oh, but you wanted a wheel. Yes, well, that'll be that extra. So yeah, maybe it's like that. You never know. No, it's not. I know it's not. Yeah, so don't know. Right. Let's get building, ladies and gentlemen. I wish Whitechapel still cast their bells, so there's some good tuning. Yeah, Whitechapel were okay. But they started, yeah. And the way that closed and all of that was awful. The way it was done was really bad. Not good. But there we go. I've had a message. Who have I had a message from? Oh, it's a scam message. It does make you smile. I've had one of these before. It's like a parking charge notice that you didn't pay when you last went to a public car park. Date and time 29th of December. That's odd because I was here all day. It's unbelievable. It really angers me. Delete and report. There we go. It really angers me when they do things like that because you think I can just laugh at it, but if they did it to an elderly person or someone who wasn't as clued in, they'd either really panic or pay it. It's there needs to be the government need to do something about this because it's awful and they do target the vulnerable. Whitechapel's last 2 were Brystone 2 trebles. Well, that was some of their last. They did a batch on one of the last days. There's a bell which is the last bell which is kind of waiting to go into a church is somewhere in Oxfordshire. Can't remember. The project's been planned for years and years, but it's slowly trickling on. There's a bell for that they cast on the last day. That was the second to last spell they cast. And then the last spell they cast, I believe, went to the Museum of London. Whitechapel's last spells were Brystone. Were they? I think they were some of the last, but I don't think they were the last. I know they had a batch cast for Wyatt's Yard. There's a load of 2017 bells in there. And I think also they had... I think Higby got a few. I think the Potter's Yard ring have got a few of the last Whitechapel bells. Let's check. Wyatt's Yard. Yeah. The front four at Wyatt's Yard have got 2017 Whitechapel. Look on Doves on Whitechapel and it says Brystone. Well, that's... I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Yeah, that's... I'm pretty sure because... they're sorted by year, and Brystone is a B, so it's at the top, so it looks like it's the last, but it's not. I mean, on here it says that Tainton, yeah, Wyatt's Yard, Potter's Yard were the two I thought, and then they cast the extra treble for Sheffield Cathedral, and then 3 bells, a front 3 for Tainton in Oxfordshire. That's what they say were the last. But there's another one which is not yet hung, so it's a bit further on. It's Longworth in Oxfordshire. They're augmenting their ring of 5 to 8. They've got the second, which is a 1890 Taylor bell. The new third of 8 is this 2017 Whitechapel bell. So they're on the hunt for a treble. So they're going to be a real match. Anyway, mismatch. Anyway, so that's the plan for them. Anyway, right, let's get building. Right, bag 33. I just hope we don't have to open loads of bags and get snowed under with pieces, because that's where the problems lied yesterday. Is anyone doing any ringing today? No, I'm live streaming. Ooh, there are little pieces loose in here. Why? That's interesting. There are little pieces loose and little pieces in here. I'm going to keep them packaged up for now. Make sure everything's out of the bag. Yes, it is. Right, so now I believe we're starting construction on the bottom viewing gallery. That's the plan anyway. Right. Oh, look, no, we have to open this little bag already just to get to one of these tiny bits of 2. How blemmin' awkward. Is that inside the bag? No. Right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Owen's going for a bit. Okay. Do that by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Okay. Need to do that 4 times. So, it's time to get into hardcore building mode. Right. Okay. Is Moose coming on today? He might be. He said he was quite busy today, so yeah. don't know why I'm so dark today. Let me see if I can sort that out, because it's really, really dark, isn't it? I don't know what's causing it to be so dark. The only thing I can think of is that because it's really, really sunny outside, that's kind of shining on the back of my... It's in the background. That's the only thing I can think of at the moment. Oh no. Gotta put all of these little blocks on every single bit. Seriously? Oh my lord. all of the passenger trains, apparently, according to the news, all of the passenger trains, all of the trains at all on the Eurostar are cancelled. Passengers at St Pancras told after there's a power supply problem to the tunnel. I've just seen Nikos Podas is back. Yeah, yeah. Good to know he's still alive, but it's just annoying. What's everyone's nearest 12? My nearest 12 is East Grinstead, which are a complete eyes bounce 12, the only eyes bounce 12 in the world. Buckfast Abbey, you think? Yeah, they're a good 12. The acoustics are just terrible there. It would be fantastic if they used the current ringing chamber as a sound chamber and rang them back down from the gallery. That would be absolutely fantastic. There are 3 left over. Looks like Lego build's going well. It is. It is. There's a lot more progress so far today than there were yesterday. It's a lot more quicker pace, which is good. Could you share the video of the bell at Highbrook? I don't have it at the moment. I need to try and find it somewhere. I think I know what's coming next. I'm quite enjoying the building so far today, compared to yesterday and the day before. I love the smell of Lego. Oh, seriously? Progress is being made. Hi, I'm back. You're doing good. Yes, progress is being made today, which is good. I'm the only one watching again right now. There seem to be two people watching. What towers have you not rung in Norfolk? I've only got about 5 or 6 towers I haven't rung at, and quite a few of them are now unringable. So I don't know exactly. I haven't rung at Hillgay is one of them. I was meant to ring there last week, but I didn't. Oh, and Thetford is one of them. Yes, is one of them Thetford, yes. I've also rung at a tower which I know no one else ever has, which I can't say. Why can't you say? Because, well, they're officially, it could cause ringing politics. Officially, they're unringable, but they're not. You could probably ring there in 2029. There's no major rush. It's a shame because they're actually a really good 8. Right. Are we building? Hmm. There we go. There's... If you rung at Bardwell, yes, that's in Suffolk though, I think. Are the towers Tunstead and Hayden? No, I've rung at both of them. I've rung quite a few quarters. Actually, I've rung 2 quarters at Hayden. You can't ring at Hayden though now because the... How can I put it kindly? Dangerous tower captain at Aylsham claims that they're unsafe. They're not, and he has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. But there we go. Hold on. No, Tunstead were ungettable for a very long time, but then they're now gettable to some extent. I mean, quite a lot to do with Aylsham is dangerous. Have I got any clips of Bardwell? I think I've got one on my phone. When I did Towers of a Tower Tour in Suffolk, I didn't actually record quite a lot of them. I recorded a few, so they will appear at some point. Are these the same? Yeah. Yeah, no. Bad places, Aylsham. In a number of ways. I mean, Norfolk as a whole is incredibly unlike anywhere else in the world. Or anywhere else, at least in this country. It just doesn't work the same. It's completely irrational, completely illogical. And the behaviour of certain people is, well, criminal, to put it bluntly. But that's all in hand. That will all be coming out very soon. 3, oh, and there's another 3. 3, 2, 3, 3, 1. Do-do-do-do. Right, these two. Aha. Okay, so we need 4 of these, and 2 of them have the wings. That's the plan. Is that Tower Haysborough? No, no, I've rung at Haysborough. Oh no. Miss 121. Oh no. Oh my goodness. So, is everyone enjoying the stream? Another quiet day today, but we're actually making really, really good progress, which is good because yesterday was just depressing, really. Ah, I thought that was coming. These blocks are really quite pretty. Can you see that? They're like little gargoyles. Anyway, yeah, they are really quite pretty. So it's actually starting to look quite nice now as well. I'm enjoying today's build because we're not opening loads and loads of bags and then having loads of blocks on the table which we can't actually do anything with because it takes so long to find them. We're actually building at a the right kind of rate, I think. Lego just smells. Oh no. More tiny pieces. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Good. Williams Brothers UK 6-7. Hello and 6-7. I've never. I don't get it. That thing. It's quite old now. It's about time it goes into extinction. Oh no. One of the blocks just shot across the room, which is always the problem with Lego. But don't worry, I've got a spare. I've got a spare. Not that one. That one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Blooming hell, my hands are so like sticky and not sticky, just wet. Right. Oh no. Oh, in the ring. I was just streaming in Canterbury, Ollie. Were you? Okay. I didn't see that. Shall I? Let's go and have a look. Is it on YouTube? Can't seem to find it. I'm uploading it. Okay. Righto. You have visited the cathedral. Very good. Very good. They rang a quarter a peal at the cathedral. I think it was yesterday on the minor 12. Stedman sinks. Right. It's public on YouTube. Okay. Let's have a look. Live 21 minutes ago. Okay. Right, you're walking in Canterbury. It's gone quiet. Ah, we've gained volume. Volume is back. Estate agents. Top of the cathedral. Crossing road. Your voice is deeper than I remember it or thought it was. That's my observation so far. It is a nice cathedral. I'm just looking. Do you often ring at the cathedral? Not really, no. I've lost a peal and rung a quarter. Visited a few times. I've got some friends in Kent. So yeah. I might go over there a bit more. I might go over there a bit more next year. The accent. You might have to explain the voice and the accent because I'm hearing an accent in there, but it might just be me. You'll have to tell me. Is that an accent I'm hearing? Or is there no accent? I know it's the voice is deeper than I remember it being, but other than that, I'm hearing an accent. Is it just me? Uh, I know you ring at Battle on your mini ring. Yeah, it's I ring at well we ring on the mini ring when I arrange a quarter, but I mean this year I think we've done 4 or 5 peels on it this year, and maybe 8 quarters, 10 quarters. So not as much as I could have arranged. I could have arranged a lot more. Next year we're going to try and do a peel a month ish. Um, So yeah, I don't know what the quarters are going to be like here. I ring at Battle every now and then, but I ring a lot at someone else's mini ring or a couple of mini rings in Sussex, which have regular quarter peals. So I rang a lot at them. Right. Let's continue. 3 on each side. Just start to try and... Yes, that does make sense. You should also try to start ringing for remembrance stuff on them. I mean, I told I think it was 2022 ish. I told one of the bells for remembrance. But other than that, there's no real point, to be honest. I could try and half muffle them. I've never really tried, but it would be quite easy to muffle them. But why we would, I don't know. Just put some felt on the edge of the bell. And this is the kind of thing with mini rings especially. With mini rings especially, if you need to sort out like clappering, if the clappers are starting to double strike, which obviously with mine they don't, but I've seen a lot of people with older Higby rings, instead of like putting felt on the clapper, they put like felt or like a rubber bung on the bell, so then the clapper hits the bell normally, and you know everything hits the bell normally, and then it rests it off of it, so it does make them hum and strike quite well. Right, what's this? So this is certainly interesting, the way that they're doing this. There's no glass panes inside any of these windows. I feel like there ought to be. They could have upped the piece count. Oh, missed a trick there. If any family members pass away, sadly you can tell the tenor. A family member died on Christmas Eve, but I haven't told for that. But there we go. That's life. Got to continue on. I can't remember what relation. It's that side of the family. It gets a bit, like, family kind of gets a bit blurry when it gets to that side of the family. But I think she was like a great aunt or maybe something like that. Okay. One extra piece. Bag 40. This is our last bag of box 2. And this looks like it looks like it completes the viewing platform. So progress has been made. Who'd have thought building a 10,001 piece Lego set would be a quick job? Right. Okay. Oh, right. Oh. We've got these little telescope pieces, and they're going all around the edge, and it does make it look very, very pretty, but it does mean you kind of have to go along and put them on, all of these little bits on, which can be rather time consuming. But I think it's easier to put the toppers on of all of these little telescopes after they're on the building, because it gives it a bit of stability, so you don't have to hold it all in your hand, and it gets very, very fiddly. Owen says he's streaming now. Oh, competition. Let's have a look. Nothing popping up just yet. Right. "32 of these little telescopes. They all need to be topped. That sounded slightly fatal. They all need to have little toppers put on them. Ah, now he's live. Okay. It's weird. I'm streaming and I'm watching someone else stream. It's very bizarre. Yes. It's it's got a. I think it's got a clock bell. I think. It wasn't working when I went. I was there. Ah, this is what I mean. This is, see, the connections dropped, and this is why I don't stream out. Ooh. Praise the Lord, hallelujah! Oh my Lord, praise the Lord, hallelujah! That's interesting. The Cathedral and Metropolitical Church of Christ. Yeah, the connection's dropping out again. And this is why, because someone said to me, go and stream in a tower. And whilst it would be a good stream, it's impossible to get a stable connection. Actually, Linfield probably would because they've got their own internet and broadcasting system. But no, it's logistically it is not really viable. Someone just said why. I've rung a quarter at St Dunstan's. I like St Dunstan's. St Alfred's don't really ring that much. It is. It is. Ah. Yay, I got a shout out. I got a shout out. Get in. Right. Times that by 4. They say I don't have many people in my stream. I looked back on our broadcast yesterday. It had over 300 viewers. Which is pretty good. I always find streaming in public so stressful. And it's died. That and that. Seriously? Right. I'm finding this so confusing. Like really, really confusing. So it's got a 3, a 2, and a 2. That, then that, and that, that. And the stream's died. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I don't stream out in public. finding this bit so confusing. I'm so confused. This bit is so confusing. Oh, I can't work out this. I'm so confused. I'm going to take it all apart. Or is that it? No, that's it. It's just so difficult to copy it. Right, 2, 5, and then 3. Then you've got the long tile. 0.3 goes on there. And that goes on there. Then there's a good block of 3 there. And along there. Short bit. Okay. A large. Three. Move that onto there. Okay. Can't seem to find the long. There it is. Tuna bells. Hello. Hello. That was it. It was in. Did you set off the? Stream is dead. Oh, no, it's back. Right. Oops. What's he? Keep saying oopsies. Join the Ring of Ollie New Year's Eve live show. What the hell? Two, three, four. What? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's fortuitous, isn't it? I'm in Sussex. I don't really ring at Canterbury. And now Owen's setting off the theft beepers. Is he going to get apprehended by the store bouncer? I mean, the music in his stream is he just got told. Stream is cutting out a lot. He's whispering to someone. He's whispering to someone. Well, I don't. Why is he in a shop? Because that's just. Why is he in the shop? Why aren't you in a shop? There you go. Why are you in a shop? Right. Put them on there. And then fill all of these in with these. I wondered what these were doing. Now his stream has died completely. Okay. He's back. Right. We have completed, ladies and gentlemen, book 2. So that, I think it's a single bell. Book 2 and box 2 complete. Samuel's back. Hello. Hello. Right. So but is it true? But is it true though? Because why else would you be walking around a clothes shop? Right. We've built what I think is the viewing um the viewing platform. Where did I put book 1? Where did I put book 1? Oh, it's under there. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have completed box 2. You see, I've now got a problem in that I need to get up and get the third box, but I don't want to miss Owen's legendary live stream, which is just a black screen and him getting told not to record in shops. It's prime viewing, you know. Right, I'm going to go and grab box 3 and we're going to get started on box 3. But it doesn't say what we need to do with this. So we're going to run out of space soon if we don't do something about that. Right, box 3 doesn't feel as heavy as box 2, which might be a positive thing. It might be a good thing, that. Our stream's going well. We've completed box 2, but you'd know that if you were on the stream and not streaming yourself. Dear oh dear. Is this all... Your brothers are joining in. Do you even have brothers? He's locked himself in the toilet. What room is it in? His stream is taking a weird turn. Everyone's saying, "Are you in the toilets?" What's he doing? This is a proper plot twist, this. Definitely toilets. Just an empty room. With a... Yeah, because it's the toilet. Yeah, leave the room, it's the toilet. Dear oh dear. Right, let's open box 2. 3. I want a room tour now. Okay, we're opening box 4, ladies and gentlemen. Samuel's on. Hello. Tuna Bells is on. Hello. Ringer Isaac's on. Hello. We've finished the viewing platform, I think. So we're now on to the third and final box. But as far as I can tell, it's going to be packed full of... Yes. Oh. If you're watching Owen's stream, he's just in the toilet. Well, live streaming from a toilet. Or he claims it's a changing room. I'm not quite sure what he's doing. As far as I can make out. Wow, okay. Right, I've tipped the bag out. We've got that, but we've also got this rather curious looking white box. Which is very suspicious. We've got a suspicious looking white box. I feel like the bomb disposal people should come in. Bring on Isaac. Hello. Hello. Welcome. So. I kind of want to know what's inside this box. But also, I don't want to spoil the kind of surprise. Right. This is our third and final instruction booklet, ladies and gentlemen. It's mental to think about, actually, because you've got like box 1 built the base, like the fauna, which is actually flora, and the pyramids and the ground. Box 2 built the bottom legs and the viewing platform at the bottom. And then box 3 is going to build the rest of the tower. Incredible. I'm like 99% sure Owen's just streaming from a clothes shop. Right. Beginning. I sing when you call my name. It's a little prayer. I wanna take you there in the midnight. I feel your power. He is, yeah. I don't know what's happening. Is it? I get the impression his parents have like taken him into a clothes shop, and now he's just having to like stream from a clothes shop. But then he got told he couldn't stream or record in the shop, so then he hid in a toilet, and then he denied it was a toilet. Yeah, you know, his stream is certainly eventful. He said he was going. He said he was He said he was going in to warm up, but I think actually his parents wanted clothes. Right. Someone just said, "Are you serious right now?" And now Owen's gone and stopped streaming. There's bag 42. We need 41 to 51 are the bags we need. 41 to 51. So that'll be our next one. There's 45, 48. I'm going to put the 40s over here. And yeah, up to 51. 52, 53, 41, good. 49, 56, 44, 43. Good, is that all of the 40s? I feel like we've got one more. 46. Yes. Right. So, now we just need to do a little bit of planning here. So we've got bags 41 to 74 left. And I want to get just over halfway through that amount, if you get what I mean. So, I mean, there's 41 to 65 is 24, and then 66 to 74. Yes, so I think what would be good is us to finish or get to the end of bag 65 today at the very least. So, pedal to the metal, building like mad. See if we can get to bag 65, see how far we can get at, and see what we can do, because then tomorrow, because we've got fireworks across the world. So if you've been watching our streams each day, you could go. We've been starting Sunday, Monday, and today. We started at 12 o'clock. So I've got hiccups. Tomorrow we are starting at 11 o'clock. William James Hill, hello. Hello, welcome to the stream. Tomorrow we're starting 1 hour earlier at 11 a.m. So we can watch the New Year get welcomed in across the world. I'm going to leave Owen's stream. And tell you where across the world we will be watching the New Year fireworks. No, don't do that. Right, so we will be watching the New Year at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will be watching the fireworks in Auckland, New Zealand, and they come from the Sky Tower in Auckland, and that's the first place, well, other than Christmas Island, which celebrate it very early tomorrow morning, our time. That's the first place with fireworks for us to watch. So at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, make sure you're here on time or slightly before, because we'll go live slightly before 11 to watch the New Year welcomed in Auckland. And then 2 hours later at 1 p.m, we will be watching the spectacular, one of the world's greatest displays at the Sydney Harbour in Sydney, Australia. And then at 3 o'clock, we will watch 3 o'clock we'll watch fireworks in South Korea in Seoul, and the ringing of the New Year bell in Tokyo in Japan. At 4 o'clock, we'll watch the fireworks at Hong Kong. At 5 o'clock, Bangkok in Thailand. At 7 o'clock, New Delhi in India and Karachi in Pakistan. And at 9 o'clock our time, no, 8 o'clock our time, Dubai, for the spectacular display at the Burj Khalifa. And then I need to work on, just because the times I have here are all Eastern time, which are 5 hours behind us. Yeah. And then At 9 o'clock, Qatar. At 10 o'clock, Athens. So, yeah, it's going to be a packed day tomorrow. And we'll stop streaming before 11 p.m. tomorrow because I know a lot of people will be going out to ring, as will I. Yeah, so we will. Tomorrow's a good day, and when people say what's your favourite day of the year, it's got to be New Year because I'm fascinated with fireworks. It's one of my many-ish passions. I've got kind of 4, 5-ish passions. It's kind of bell ringing, flying, UFOs and paranormal, crop circles, and fireworks. And fireworks, I am a proper firework nerd. And we've got like every year, so from 2011 onwards, the New Year fireworks in London contained music, and it was to an audio soundtrack, and pyro musical as they call it. And I have memorized every single year's audio, so I know exactly what every single year the music is because it's a compilation of various things, and I could sing the entire 11-minute track of every single year, 2011 to 2025. So yeah, fireworks is a big thing, and I made my own firework display on Fireworks Simulator. So if you want to watch it, let me know, and I can play my fireworks display, which I'm very proud of. It's in the style of the London New Year fireworks. My soundtrack I did the soundtrack myself. I did all of it myself, which is very good. Maybe I'll show you that at the end of today's stream. But for now, we're going to get on and build like mad because we need to press on, press ahead with the building. Is Owen still live? What's actually happening on his stream? Absolutely nothing. Right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, back to the grind. I'm going to start building. Yeah, I'm going to start building We're now going to start building the legs to come up from here upwards. So yeah, I can still see the chat, but I'm going to go back into focused building mode for a little while now. So if that's okay with everyone, I will do that. But yeah, chat away and I will respond. So I'll see you in a bit. Right. Yeah, so we need to really get to the end of bag 65 today, and we're on 41, so we need to press ahead. Samuel, of course, I've known him for a couple. Do you know Owen the Ringer? Oh, right, yeah. Are you a good friend with Owen, Ollie? I don't really know him. I've never met him. But he seems quite nice. So, welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're enjoying it. We're doing some really, really hardcore building now. Build something like 25 bags worth of stuff. Williams Brothers UK. Hello, I'm back from yesterday. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're making good progress today. It's all feeling a little bit more positive, which is good. This is starting to feel... Also, I just liked... Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying it. This is starting to feel very, very traumatic, this. Have you ever saw our YouTube channel yet? I haven't really had a look, but I will do at some point. I'm getting trauma again. We do have bell ringing videos on it. Okay, I'll have a watch at some point. They're asking. We're back to having loads and loads of bricks on the table, and it's just clogging up the table. All right, hold on a minute. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Corey, hi. Hello, Corey. Nice to see you here. Yes. Yes. Good. Hmm. There it is. Owen's going to the cathedral again. Uh-huh. Just had to correct a mistake I just spotted. There we go. No, I can't put that there. We're running out of space on the table again. Put that over there for a minute. Right. Shazane5678. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm building at such speed, I'm getting warm. Unbelievable. That completes one leg. Okay. Times 2. Right. I mean, that's 40 something pages I now need to go back to. hopefully now this one will be quicker because we'll be using up the blocks, so we won't have to open any more wretched bags. Oh, seriously. I suppose the one benefit of this is that they're not as detailed and not as complicated as the other builds when we did the lower level of the legs. I suppose that's a bonus in some way, somewhere, somehow. Bellringer 11, I'm back. Ewan Thomas Cheese. Welcome, Ewan Cheese. Welcome. That, turn that over, put that there, that there. Welcome to the premiere YouTube live stream of 2025. Bellringer 11. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back. Right. I need that somehow, they say. It says. go get a beer. Yeah, I don't have any. Yeah, it's all, you know, I'm a Lego building machine at the moment anyway. I debated drinking half a bottle of Baileys, but I thought that's probably a bit too risky. Because then I say something, I start talking, and people don't usually like what I talk about. Gin and Dubonnet. It's all in Norfolk, you see. I don't have any gin and Dubonnet down here. I've also got a bottle of Buckfast tonic wine in Norfolk. Basically a drinker's paradise. Gin and Dubonnet is actually really, really underrated. It's a solid, solid beverage. Down the Buckingham one. It's not. When you drink it, it tastes like tar. But it's powerful stuff. But it still tastes like tar. Where is Ye Block hiding? Where is Ye Block hiding? It's actually found. It's unique. It's a unique beverage. I don't know how people drink it, but on a regular basis, that is. What? How did? If you have it really, really like the tiniest amount, just like not keen on finishing it. It's a weird thing. If you like continue, if you have like the tiniest amount and just get a little bit on your tongue, it's warming. But as soon as you go past like sniffing it, it stops being warming, and just tastes like tar. But there we go. Apparently, it's been banned in Scotland because it leads to youth crime. It's a really, yeah, it's a powerful thing. Um, can't find. There it is. The power is it's like petrol. Well, yeah, aviation fuel. Powerful. I've never, yeah. I've never drunk aviation fuel, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, you get the idea. Powerful thing. But yeah, I think it's banned in Scotland because it leads to like youth crime or just higher crime rates. Got to go, Bells. Enjoy your plastic bricks. Yes, I shall. Hopefully, see you later. All 10,001 plastic bricks. Right. Is Owen still live? Oh, it's been removed by the uploader. we opened bag 44? I'm pretty sure we have. I think we have. This is where the problems arose yesterday. In that sorry. In that it doesn't say when you need to open, because it says you need to go back to the start and start it all again. But it doesn't say when you need to open the next bag, because you've already opened the bag and you've gone back and you're going along again. It's like now I can't find the brick we need. So do I open the next one, but then will it just... I suppose we do need to open the next bag, don't we? Where did I put it? 47. I had it like a minute ago. I could have sworn I put it there because I'd need it. There it is. Right, we'll open the next bag. But this is where the confusion starts coming in, because it's really difficult to keep track of everything. That's unbelievable. There's no bag in there. There's no block in there I need. I need a 2. And it's not in... It wasn't here before, and it's not in this new bag either. Oh, no, 2, yeah. I don't quite understand it. I mean, this bag's got them. Suppose we just have to open the next bag and carry on anyway. And this is... I had this problem yesterday. There's just now so many bricks on the table. Granted, I opened a bag. But... I have opened 46. Right. Okay, so now at least now we've got the brick. There's now just so many of these wretched pieces that we now need to find. It's just frustrating. Just when the table started clearing, it gets packed full again. Right. Rather interestingly, we've now got to put the these two legs on the build, or on the viewing platform. Which I have put over here for safekeeping. So, does it particularly? No, I suppose it doesn't, because they're all identical. So, that went on quite well. Okay. Very good. I'll take a picture. Right. There's no space on the desk to put my phone long ways. Right, sorry about that. I don't know. Is that working? Yes, it is. Yes, that's working. Right. Don't know what happened there. Everything seemed to fail. Right. Right. I think what we're doing now is creating like a middle pod thing for the legs to kind of slot into to give it a little bit of strength. Which would be good because I was noting that it seemed to be very, very were weak and loose at the top. Okay. Flip it over. Is this entirely necessary? Yes. One, two, and it should cover up. Okay. Seems to be okay. Right. Oh look. So all of that what we've just done, we need to now do again. I mean, honestly. I'm really hoping. Oh no, we're gonna have to open up another blooming bag, aren't we? Just as this bag seems to get this table gets clearer. Just have to empty another 10 loads of bags on there, and it just makes everything very complicated, very difficult. Repetition is a serious problem with this set. It's a really big problem. I'm going to do these two lots parallel because they are the same, aren't they? Yeah. My fingers are in so much pain. It is a challenge to God damn it. Still haven't quite worked out what these are for. I feel like I could do with having another one of them. to one side for a moment because I don't seem to have enough blocks again. This is becoming a problem with this set. It's just so confusing. It's not easy to follow at all. Hello everyone watching the stream. I hope you're enjoying it. It's another day of solid building. how is everyone doing? Is everyone enjoying it so far? We are making progress. I mean, today it's felt like we've actually made some progress, whereas yesterday it just felt really, really depressing, really, because we kind of got to where we had. Well, the model hasn't changed at all, but you know, in the time that we've been doing this, the model's actually now starting to take shape, which is good. Oh, seriously? Seems to be better than yesterday's stream. Yeah, we're actually making progress. Yesterday it just felt really, really bad because we built solidly all day yesterday. My hands were red raw at the end of it, and we finished it, and I just felt like I hadn't made any progress at all. So we're constantly. This is the other thing seem to have a problem with, in that we're constantly going backwards. It just feels like. I mean, and they make there's no variation, but because you're skipping back like a load to like pick up from like 20 pages earlier, you have to just repeat it. So it's just repetition after repetition, and then you go back and repeat. So you do a leg, then you do another leg, then turn it around, do the other leg, and do the other leg, then go back to the start and do all of it again. It's like rubbing salt into the wound. Just, yeah, I don't know. It says open bag 48 at this point. Just when the table feels manageable. Nope, another bag. And what do we do about all of this stuff here? It does make you wonder. And to think, we've been going 6 hours, not stopped at all. And not stopped at all. And still seem to be really nowhere near where I'd like to be. Yeah, it's all just a little bit. Oh, really? It's on the wrong blooming side. What's the... I'm just getting a live cam up of Sydney Harbour to see what's it like in Sydney. Oh, it's 5 o'clock in the morning on New Year's Eve there. Very good. Yes, 5:09 in the morning, New Year's Eve. Right. That's a point. New Year's Eve rehearsals. Oh, cool. You can see them like testing the... Yeah, they were testing the lighting. That's so cool. Anyway. Now it's back to hardcore building. Last bag of the 40s. Right, big moment. We've hit bag 50. Slightly smaller moment. We're continuing building the exact same thing we have built for the last 3 days.
Oh, completed a leg and we've got to do it all again. But are we going to have the same problem? So got that. How's everyone doing? Is everyone enjoying the stream? I suppose the benefit is we're speeding up in the building because it's so repetitive. I know exactly what we're building and don't really have to think about it. I just do it. 38's already out here, so we're okay. Did we open bag 51? We opened bag 50. $58, $55, $56, $62, $63, $68, $70, $60, $52, $53, $56. Yeah, I think we did. We did open bag 51. I can see bag 50 there. I can't see bag 51. $58, $70. We must have opened bag 51. Right. Because I'm on the hunt for a block which I can't seem to find. $27, $34, $39, $38, $48, $49, $50. I certainly can't find a bag 51 down here. So the block must be up here, which is interesting. Can't seem to find it. Need to have a look. I'm going to have a quick 5-minute break. See if I can find this block. Pop to the loo, and I will return in 5 minutes ish. Yeah, no, 5 minutes, because that's how long the black screen is. Williams was back. You're back, and yes, you're joining back just as I'm going on a 5-minute break. So, yeah, hang on, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am back. I found the piece and I started sorting the next lot of bags. But interestingly, the bags which I've sorted out, there are a series of missing bags, and I started panicking. And then I realised we have this box. We have a suspicious looking white box which came in box 3. So I'm going to open it and just see what's inside. There are bags in here. 73, 72, 74. I'll just put these down here just briefly. 67. 51. There we go. 57. 64. 59. 71. 54. Okay, so I'm gonna put all the 70s in here. 70. 70. So the 70s are in there. Yeah. And we're now on whatever bag this is. I think we're on bag 50 at the moment. I think that's where we are. Got cold again. Right. Okay. So, back to work it seems. Right. Yes, back to work. Williams, Owen the Ringer. Dislike? What? This actually might be a lot easier than I expected it to be. Again, I seem to be struggling to find a piece. It's not there. I'm just going to have to do it, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to substitute it. If I find it later on, then I will we'll put it back in. But other than that, I'll use one of our spare pieces for it. Okay. Five, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll put that one on backwards. So that's there, that's there. Then this one, sit down with the base on. That's odd. That's very odd. They can't surely be wrong again because I changed them back so they would be right. But no, that's definitely that in there, that in there. No, that one goes there. But the connection's the wrong way. Right, so that goes on there. This one goes on there. It needs to sit like that, so it needs to cut out like that. Okay. This one had that, and then this one had these two. There. That went on there. That goes back on there because that one comes along and sits on there. Yeah, that's right. And then this sits this way round. No, that's wrong again. See? Seems to be a problem with all of these. Is this the correct way? That will sit like that. Yeah. I think so. There we go. So then this one should sit there. On there. Good. Okay. 49. We've already opened 49. Right, hopefully that is the last one of those wretched things I'm going to have to build. I think so. Now we just have to make 2 more leg sides, so half a single leg, and then we should be, I'm hoping, done with the legs. Damned hope so. These wretched legs have been really unpleasant to build. Ah. Come up against this problem again. At what point does it ask you to open bag 51? After you've done that, yeah. I know it's certainly not me who has got this problem, because we had this last time. We're missing 2-piece blocks. The Unbelievable Bell 2012. Yo, welcome back. Yeah, it's certainly not here. Or on the floor. Yeah. There are pieces. Came across this earlier on, and I didn't. It's not so much I didn't think much of it. It's more that I yeah. It's not here. It's just not here, and we can't open bag 53 yet. So we're gonna have to try and make it up out of. Thankfully, they're not vital pieces, I don't think. At some point, we're going to come unstuck because we're going to run out of spare pieces to substitute. We only need 2 more. Could we do it? Yeah, we could. With the spares, we can just about get through. Right. Will you add the viewing platform and other legs on? Yes, I will. Yeah, yeah. When we finish building them. I mean, at the moment, the lower viewing platform and the two legs are behind me. I'm building the other two legs. We put them on. They all snap together, and then we build the viewing platform on top of that. So yes, they will end up being on there. Again, missing the two we need. I don't want to use two there, so I'm just going to use these two. We're missing pieces, but we can make do with spares we've got lying around. Again, missing another piece. This bag is full of missing pieces. What a shame. Right. Again, missing a load of we're like missing loads of one block. But I know it's not in the next bag because we can't open the next bag until we get the legs on. Okay, well, I mean, this is going to be an inside leg, so I suppose in a way it's slightly hidden if we just miss bits out, but it's going to have a, yeah. What a shame. Yeah, so we've had to kind of just muller the end of that strut because they're just the piece is not here. What a shame. One, two, three, four, five, 7, 8. One, two, three, 4. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, two, three, 4. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. The biggest extra piece we've been given so far, which is slightly concerning. Okay. So okay. So these in here. Actually, no, that one around there. So the blue one goes on the outside. Okay. Blue on the outside. And then that all locks in, does it? Going good. That in there. Then okay, so that needs to go in there, that goes under there, that goes under there. Go down to there. Okay, good. That's in there. Now we need to get this one down in there. Okay. Apparently these come through, do they? Well, that's the top of that. Oh, how fun. So we have now got a completed bottom section, or middle section even. Okay. Before we move it over to the tower, I will need to open bag 51. Right. It's a nice smell. Ah, so these give it even more stability. That's good. You always know that if you're building something out like blue or red or something, it's not going to be seen. So right. Oh, I need to do this 4 times. Right. Right, back to it. What the hell? Did that just disappear? Need to watch this back to see if I see where it went. What the hell? Oh, balls. Okay. So, what bag did we start with this morning? That's the question. What bag did we start with this morning? Does anyone know what bag we started with this morning? Because we're now just about to open bag. Okay, so yeah, this morning we started with bag 33. We're now about to open bag 52. So we don't hold on 50. We started with 33. About to do 52. Could probably do 53. Yeah, we're on track. We're on track, ladies and gentlemen. That's the main thing. Right, I'm going to go and put this on the tower. Once I put it on the tower, I'll move the camera up so you can see the new top half. Right. Okay. Just going to go and take some pictures of it in its current state. Crap photo. Right. Okay. So we'll do maybe a couple more bags, I think. And then we should be on track. And then yeah, hopefully. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so tired. I've got to, I've got to think twice about everything I'm doing just to make sure I'm not like making some fundamental error. Does look good so far. It's a bit wonky, but I don't dare touch it. Just in case I completely muller it up. So let's move the camera up a little bit so you can see the top section. Am I able to? I don't think that really makes much of a difference. But if I there we go. What do you think? We've now completed the middle section. Oh, whoop whoop. So onwards. 52. No. Right. Okay, we're now starting work on I believe, the bottom viewing or the top viewing platform, and then the top two sections of the tower. So, all good, all good. Huh? Oh, yeah. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Right. Just thought I heard something. Oh, we need to open 2 bags now. Got a spare piece again. 53 and 54. Two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. Oh, this song is a banger. If anyone's interested what I'm doing while I am doing this, I find it a lot easier to concentrate if there's noise in my ears. And I've been for a long time listening to sounds of cars in New York driving past and horns and stuff. And that made me concentrate. But now I'm listening to a documentary on former Prime Minister Harold Wilson and his belief that he was being spied on by the MI5 and Secret Services, which is quite interesting. And they just played a real banger of a song. And actually, I've watched this documentary about 5 or 6 times. It's fantastic, and it's part of a much larger kind of the whole documentary that I'm currently watching. I'm taking these off because it's actually quite interesting, and I'll just explain a bit of it to you. But to do that, I need to go around here, you see. I need to go past here. Get this. Right, so the documentary I'm currently listening to is based on some reporting that happened when Prime Minister Harold Wilson very, very suddenly resigned, and he was actually doing relatively well. He was very popular, and he was in his third term as Prime Minister. He resigned, and it kind of shocked everyone. And shortly after his resignation, he called up 2 journalists, and they weren't well-known journalists, called Barry Penrose and Roger Courtier. And he just called them up, and they worked for the BBC, and he said, "Can you come and meet me tonight at my house, at my apartment? I've got something to tell you." So they went round, and he said, "The government, higher up than me as Prime Minister, like the Secret Service, the CIA, and all of that, were trying to get me kicked out and get me removed as Prime Minister because they believed I was a Soviet spy." and there were plans to overthrow the government and all of that. And he was telling all of this really, really like damning information to these two journalists. Anyway, they did this investigation, and the details these journalists uncovered were put into a book called the Pencourt File. Penrose, Courtier, Pencourt. The Pencourt File. And they published this book, but very, very shortly after, this book was completely cut, and publishers wouldn't publish it. No one would stock it, and only about 100 or so of these books exist. As to why it was cut, that's open for debate. But this book contains all of the really intricate details and scripts and manuscripts and evidence from the which they found and they managed to get during their investigation. And I've got the book. And it's like a really detailed explanation. It's like 300 pages of, you know, the English establishment trying to overthrow an elected prime minister. It's an incredibly valuable book, that. I'm so glad I've got it. It's fascinating. But they did a documentary, a BBC documentary in 2006 based off of that book. And I'm watching that. That's what I'm listening to as I'm building. So just in case you're interested, there's a bit of history for you. Political history I find incredibly fascinating. In particular, the longevity. Prime ministers. We had Winston Churchill, and this is something which I've always found absolutely astonishing to think. Prime Minister Winston Churchill was Prime Minister during the war. Then it went to Anthony Eden. No. It went to someone else, and then it went back to Churchill. And he was Prime Minister at the time of the Queen's or the King's death and the Queen's accession. And during the war, that's not second in command, but like especially with wartime and the Department for War and all of that, was Anthony Eden, and he later became Prime Minister after Churchill. So it was kind of like Prime Minister in terms of order was like Churchill, well, Neville Chamberlain, Churchill, Anthony Eden. And then it went on to be Harold Macmillan, Alec Douglas-Hume, and it carried on. But Churchill, Anthony Eden. Anthony Eden's wife died in 2022. Which was something, they worked it out. Granted, when they were married, she was considerably younger than him. But it's just incredible to think that what was it? Because it was Anthony Eden became the first Earl of Avon, and she became the Countess of Avon, and he died in the 70s, and she died in 2022. It might have been 2021, during COVID or just after COVID. And if you can you imagine that you had like a wartime prime minister's wife was alive during COVID? It's like spanning 80 years, nearly a century of history. And she died. I think they worked out it was 140 years or 130 years after her husband's birth. He was relatively old when she married him, or he married her. and she was 101 when she died. So she was very old. So it spanned. Right, it's just incredible. And then you've got uh, Mary Wilson, Baroness Wilson of Riverloo, died in 2018, and she was 103. And Harold Wilson was Prime Minister, and he was the one who was the Prime Minister in relation to the Pencourt files. It's just got like longevity is just absolutely astonishing. And there was something which came up. It's not so much political, but quite important. The actor Dick Van Dyke is now 100. His youngest son is, I think they worked out, 78. And at Dick's 100th birthday, they were having a party in the his 100th birthday was about 3 weeks ago. Or it might have been his 99th birthday. It doesn't really matter. They were in the back garden of his house, and they were having a barbecue and a party. And Dick's son went up to his dad and asked, "Can you turn the water on for the swimming pool slide?" And this, I think it was Chris Martin from Coldplay. It was when they were filming the All My Love music video. He came up and saw Dick's son go up to Dick Van Dyke and say, "Dad, can you turn on the water slide?" And for a moment, it was a son asking his dad to turn on the water slide. And then he thought, collectively, they're 170. It's like, it's just incredible to think, hold on, their collective age is like nearly 2 centuries. It's just fantastic, these things. But there we go, yeah. So political history is fascinating. If that is the kind of thing you're interested in. If you're not, then fair enough. But yeah, that's what I'm listening to. Anyway, right. before I get too bogged down with and tired out with what I'm doing. Put these edges on. Okay, and then, oh my lord, serious? Oh. Okay, we're going there. We're going there, ladies and gentlemen. I've now got to make 36 little finials for our thingy-madoodle. Right. Back into documentary and Lego building mode, I think. Okay. Onwards. I'm just going to carry on until I run out of these pieces, and I really hope that they put the right amount in. Honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. Right.
really hurt. That was really painful. Right. Just finishing a Rochdale, we rang the back 8 down, then the front 2. I was ringing the treble down, and of course smacked my face. Oh, it's awful when that happens. It's not nice. It's happened to me a couple of times.
Bag 55. Is Moose there? He isn't. He did try and call earlier, but I've been making so much progress that I didn't want to disturb the progress making. Oh, we've got some new bricks in this bag. Another good song. Is Moose here? Oh, Prof Moose is here. Welcome, Prof Moose. Never used to raise a glass or two. Laughed away the hours. Days, my friend, I thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and the day. We live the life we choose. We fight and never lose. La 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 la. La da. That's Bernard Donahue. Sorry, Lord Donahue. I'm back and you've done got some photos. Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, we're making lots of really quite good progress now, which is good.
What are these? Aha. Right.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Today's core forecast calls for blue skies. Sun is shining in the sky. There ain't a cloud in sight. It stopped raining. Everybody celebrate, and don't you know it's a beautiful new day. See how the sun shines brightly in the city, where the streets where once was pity. Mr. Blue Sky is living in the day. Hey. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. These look rather dodgy. Very dodgy. Look like little... No comment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. It's these kind of blocks that hurt the most. Like a lot. Jeremy Thorpe. Now that's a blast from the past. No pun intended. Wow. Who did? 2, 3. That's rather interesting. Two, three. So what we're doing now is making the 4 inner legs for the top portion of the tower. We've got a little banana left over. And there's that. So it looks like tomorrow we'll be making a spine to go in there and head down into the base. I'm gonna have to put my banana into my little spares pot. There we go. So we're on bag 58 now. Let me dog ear that page. Right. We're on bag 58, which is essentially there. Now, we started today on bag I can't quite remember. There is 246 pages in this book. We are currently on page 148. So we're over halfway through this book, and we didn't start with this box. We started with the last box. So we've built a good amount today. Started with bag 33. Thank you, Samuel. Yes. So we're on 33. We've now done up to 57. So we've done over 20 and a bit bags, which isn't bad for today. We've got tomorrow, we've got 10, if we're on 58 and we need to get to 74, so 16-ish. Yeah, 16 bags tomorrow. My brain is loading. Give me one moment. Loading. Loading. What I'm thinking, I'm trying to mentally calculate. Which is never an easy thing for me. Let's have a look at bags 58 and 59. Let's do 2 more bags today. Just to make sure we play it on the safe side. We've been going 10 hours. I'm feeling, well, I'm in a lot of pain, but we can work through that. That is a temporary problem. Because tomorrow I'm just thinking, because when the fireworks come on in the various places we're going to be watching the fireworks live, I will want to watch the fireworks. So I won't be building, so that will slow us down a little bit. So yeah, let's do a little bit more, and let's do 2 more bags today, since we seem to be making good progress today, and that's all good. If that's okay with everyone, we will continue on. We're getting height, ladies and gentlemen. another row. 3's at the end. Anthony Blunt. I can't tell you his name, but his initials are between Z and C. Yeah, Thorpe was shacked up with Jeremy Thorpe. Shacked up with Norman Scott. Jeremy Thorpe was trying to kill Norman Scott because he didn't want anyone to know that he was having a homosexual relationship. It's past 9 o'clock, I can talk about that kind of stuff. That was a proper scandal as well. They began writing a book. Okay. So, good progress has been made today. We've got a good amount of the way through. We've built all of this section, so all we have to do tomorrow is build the inner sections of the... You can see this, can't you? Yes, the inner sections of this part of the tower, because we've done that. That's the middle section, if you like, between viewing platform number 2 and halfway up the top section. So, yeah. There we go. That is the build so far. We seem to be doing quite well, I think. I think we're making good progress. We've got, interestingly here, we've got 2 spare bits. Now, I'm just tempted to add them on top of these 2 little, I believe these are the elevator pods, since we've got 2 extra ones. There we go. Right. Good progress has been made, and I feel that we are in a good position to now go over to the computer and have a look at some, which is totally off the topic of this, totally off the topic, but have a look at some crop circles and some very famous formations, and then hopefully by about 11 o'clock, if I remember, we will have enough time to briefly have a look at a live webcam of the Eiffel Tower, and I will explain to you what's going to happen. So I'm going to set everything up for a little talk over at the computer. So I will see you in approximately 5 minutes. You can listen to some bells while I'm at it. I hope you enjoy. Recorded. The audio is recorded. It's actually it's from this vinyl, which the things cancel. Actually, I can hold it up there, can't I? It's a vinyl record. Oh, Michelle's put it in a nice new folder for me. Okay, I won't get it out then. It's a vinyl record made of towers in Norfolk. It was created in the 1970s by Nolan Golden, who was, I believe, one of the greatest composers of his time and generation, and conductor. And a friend of mine from over the road has very kindly digitized this vinyl from her record player, or my record player, and put it digitally into sound files so we can listen to Nolan's recording. And Nolan would have recorded it on an old cassette tape recorder and microphone, either in the belfry or in the churchyard. So now we can listen to his own recordings, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So you're going to listen to a little 5-minute excerpt of that while I sort out all of the camera stuff, and I will see you in about 5 minutes. Is the plan. If all goes to plan, I'll see you in 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So, I just need to make sure that this is actually working. I think I've got it set up just about right. Let me just have a listen back to the stream. Yeah, you can hear me and you can see me. Good, right. So, welcome back to the computer side of all of this. So, crop circles, and this is a thing I was going to talk about yesterday, and it's something I've studied quite a lot recently. Oh, actually, shall we give Prof Moose a call? Give me one moment. I'm just going to... You're back over there. Hold on. I'm just going to give Prof Moose a call. See if he wants to join in for this part of the stream. He might not be available, but I thought I'd just give him a call while we're over here. Okay, he's unavailable. Fair enough. I don't know why I left it so long. I was actually because I'm on Facebook. I was being very careful, so I cut off the things so you can't see what I'm looking at and on Facebook. But interestingly, I'm just listening to a audio clip of the Peel yesterday at Canterbury on the minor 12. And a comment left says, interesting as a local band, you have rung these at the same speed for a Peel as you would have on the heavier 12. I guess you found the usual rhythm that you naturally have with the major 12. I was going to be cheeky and point out the majority of peals on the major heavier 12 are quicker. Yeah, and someone points out that 3 of the bells are on the upper tier. And with the uneven sound, it meant the ringing was better when it was slower. So, there we go, there's that. Right, so, back to crop circles, which is another fascination of mine. Now I'm curious. Hold on, 3 of the bells are on the top tier. Which 3? Oh, the 8th. The 8th is on the top frame. Ah. The extra treble, 6th flat, and the 8th are on the top frame. Everything else is below. Fascinating. Right.
So, this is one of the sites, UK crop circles. Another one of the sites I like to look at is called temporary temples. And crop circles are, in effect, patterns laid down in crop. So they only really come out at at the point of year when, like April onwards, until harvest, when the crops are growing. And there are certain things that are rather interesting, and you can get very, very basic ones, or you can get very, very complex ones. Like a very famous one is called Eastfield 777. And this is one of the most famous crop circles in history. It was that. It was like hundreds and hundreds of circles in a crop laid down. They appeared overnight. They weren't there in the evening. They were there in the morning. As you can see, there is 500 feet wide and over 1,000 feet long. And these circles appeared overnight. And this is during the summer when night is really about 3 or 4 hours long. To make and no two circles were the same. They're all slightly different. But one thing they realised when they went into the formation is that the circles weren't circular. They were slightly mushed and they were just slightly squashed when they were on the ground, because when viewed from directly above, they were a perfect circle, but they had been slightly manipulated on the ground to fit the contours of the field. And to do that at night is pretty impressive. But as I was saying, they can range from anything from just a circle to a shape to a face. Another very famous one, and it's actually in the start of my video for the tower, is Chilbolton in Hampshire. An alien face-ish kind of appeared, and a disc containing binary code was laid down into the field of crop. And it should be said also that genuine circles, and you can tell if you know what you're doing and you know what you're looking for, you can tell exactly what the differences are and what the like markers are for a human-made formation. Primarily, it's damaged crop, but there are other things like just the way they're laid, and also someone discovered that, like, if you can imagine a stem, or like a stem of crop, effectively, it looks a bit like a finger, in that it's got knuckles up it and little like joins, and they're called nodes. And the nodes in genuine formations are blown. They've burst effectively, and a lot of these crops at this knuckle, at this node, had bent like 90 degrees at the node where it had burst, and then had sealed itself shut. And the crop was still growing horizontally. No single crop was damaged. And interestingly, I need to hold on. There we go. So these crops were bent over and they were blown at the nodes, but they were still growing, and no crop was damaged. And these formations appear overnight, and the only way they could get a crop to do, like, bend over 90 degrees, the node to blow, and it to carry on growing, would be if you expose that little part of the stem to incredibly high, well, I say incredibly, just elevated rates of radiation. Which is interesting, because there are a few videos out there of a field, and there's light orbs hovering around the field, and underneath the field a formation appears. And that's one of the cases, and I think that was Oliver's Castle. There was a place in Wiltshire called Oliver's Castle, and that occurred there. Someone filmed orbs hovering above a field,
and laying a formation into it, which is it's just absolutely spectacular. I'll see if I can find it. It was in 1996. Was that it? I don't want to get copyrighted because I don't want to nick anyone else's video. But if it shows it, yeah, I think that's it. That's it. I think. Yes. Yeah. There we go. So let me see if I can find that video. It was Oliver's Castle 1996. And the formation was relatively straightforward. There we go. So that was the formation. And the video of it being formed was... Is that the one I was watching? That's the one I was watching.
Oliver's Castle, Wiltshire.
So you've got the field, there's the field, and you'll start seeing, but there are light orbs, here we go. And then underneath them, the formation appears. And that's the formation that then later went on to appear in underneath, and they went down and explored it and whatnot. And yeah, so that's one of the only real verified recordings of a formation being made, and they had the presence of these light orbs. And interesting to note is that back in 1997, this was recorded on you put film and tape into the camera, and shortly after this was filmed, they took it out, and the guy who recorded it went down to a local pub and showed people this tape, like an hour or so after it was made. So there was no way he could have tampered with it, and they had it later independently verified and researched and looked at, and they determined that the tapes had not been modified or tampered with, and what was on them was recorded by the camera. So there are various different things, and yeah, so that was one of the more well-known cases, Oliver's Castle 1996. But these cases go back, and this is not a modern thing. Formations have gone back hundreds and hundreds of years, and nowadays people say, "Oh yes, but with GPS technology and drones, they could do anything." And yes, they could very well do anything. But these formations were appearing hundreds of years ago. But yeah, and I mean, if we look at, can we click on that photo? Yes. So this was a formation earlier this year. Just a circle. If you look closely, I mean, look at the way the crop has been laid. It's been folded underneath each other in a very systemic way. Which is, and that there behind is a scar of a crop circle from a previous year, I believe. Or is it an additional circle? I mean, yeah, look, so this is inside the formation. You can see the crops are laid over and they're kind of plaited on the ground, which is absolutely fascinating. But you can't see any ripped, they're not ripped. And if we zoom in really, really closely, can we? Oh, damn, I don't think we can. If you look at this bit here, actually, I probably could zoom in. Yeah. there are no ripped or broken crops. If you look, they're all bent over. Bent, not broken. Not a single crop is broken. They're just bent. And there was, for a very, very long time, people claiming that it's the work of people called Doug and Dave, they said. Doug and Dave, who are two, I think they were two brothers or two relatives, and they came forward and said, yes, we're making all the formations. And they were like, great, finally, we've managed to solve this. And then the media said to them, okay, if you're making the formations, make us one. And they did, and it looked horrific, and the crop were damaged, and they used a series of like boards and ropes, and they stamped down on the thing, and you can see there's logic to it, but the crop was damaged. It looked pretty rough, which is just it's interesting. It really is. And that's one from this year. So this was Castley Hill in Somerset, and they all tend to happen down Wiltshire, Somerset way, and a little bit of Hampshire. And I mean, yeah, here we go. Yeah, 2025 formations. I mean, this year's hasn't been the most amazing year. Yeah, 2025. There's been a few. There's not really that many notable ones. One of the earliest ones was rather interesting. It was just a circle in a very. Is that oilseed rape? Yeah, oilseed rape. And this was in April, so this was the first one of the season this year. And then we had one May, and this is before the crops are kind of matured, so they were still green. I mean, look at the symmetry in that. To do that overnight is pretty damn impressive. And again, the crops have not been. It also very much depends, and you can see here there are people in the formation. It very much depends on if you get there quickly. And there are a group of people who go out, and they're called crop circle hunters. And I've only hunted one in particular. I didn't really hunt it, I just went to see it. Was that if you get there really early on, you get to a brand new formation, and it's undamaged. It's pristine. But by the time people have got there and walked in it, they've damaged it. And there's been a few cases where there have been really, really intricate formations. And for example, during the height of crop circle season, a lot of private pilots who have little microlights and things down in Wiltshire and Somerset, they take off and they fly every day, or every day they can. They fly a routing. And they do the same route every day throughout crop circle season, so throughout the height of summer. And they sometimes take people up with them. And there was this one occasion where this flight took off. It was relatively early morning, and they flew a routing, and they have a camera, and the camera's on their aircraft, and they recorded their path. And they did the length, and then turned around and flew back the same way. And as they flew back, this massive formation was in one of the fields, which wasn't there when they flew over it 20 minutes earlier. And you can see that on the video. And it's an uncut video. So it is interesting. But yeah, if you get into a formation that when it's like pristine and brand new, they are spectacular. Is this Sutton Vaney? Yes. So this was one of them this year. And to be honest, this year there have been few formations. And there are certain kind of, not giveaways, but hints that they could be human. But there are also hints that are less telling. And like, for example, a formation made into a crop, and then they harvest the crop or whatever, and the following year when they plant again, you can see where the formation used to be, because the soil composition is different, so the crop doesn't grow at the same rate as the rest of the crop around it. So the outline of a formation from a previous year, and it can still be seen up to like 3 or 4 years later, can be seen in the new crop, which is very interesting. And there have been cases, and there was one case, it might be on here because I think they got to it just before. There was a formation. Was it Lovewell? Was it this one? Yeah. So this formation appeared, and this is not a new thing. This kind of behaviour, in that this formation appeared in the field. I mean, if we look at it in a little bit more detail, you can see there's a circle, and then the crops are coming out from it. And that, look how pristine it is. And again, not a single crop was damaged. And the borders and the outlining of this formation, like not a single crop is out of place. It is perfectly in line. And you can see here the farmer's over here with his combine, and you can see also that if we look at the wheat a little bit, it's still a little bit green. It's not exactly at harvest point. And shortly after, the same day this formation appeared, within hours, the farmer came along and cut it. Not with a combine harvester, with a lawnmower. He just destroyed the crop over the top of the formation. He damaged. That's a loss. He's losing money doing that. He's damaging profitable crop. And there have been a number of cases. There was a very famous case. I think it was about 2006, 2007. A massive, really, really spectacular formation appeared, and within the day, the farmer had destroyed the crop around it and just mowed it out, which is suspicious. But there we go. Yeah, so that one was, that was one of the ones which was destroyed this year. Cern Abbas. Now, it's a shame, this one. I mean, but the work in it is incredible. I'm not a massive fan of this because it's thin and you can miss certain bits of it. But I mean, again, the wheat's platted here, and this appears overnight. Remember, so it's absolutely pristine. Yeah. Again, not a single crop out of place. And interestingly, and this is something skeptics of this kind of phenomena have never been able to answer, is that there are no pictures, or no one can find a cocked up crop circle. If people are doing this, there must be some that they start and muck it up. There's never a half-finished crop circle. They're either not there or there and pristine, which is just something I've picked up on, and people are saying that there are cases like that. But yeah, this year has been a bit of an odd year. I mean, we had one in Sussex this year, and Sussex isn't really a hot spot for crop circles and formations, but we got one. We got one at the Longman of Wilmington. Actually, the easiest way to find a picture of this formation is going onto Bellboard, searching Halstead Canes, the simulator. This is the Norris dumbbell. Going down to a quarter I rang a quarter to mark the cutting of this formation, but this is the Long Man of Wilmington. It's a famous chalk figure in Sussex, and below it 2 feet appeared. And people say, okay, great, yeah, it's humans making that. And I have my own personal opinion that yes, this probably was humans, because you can walk along the tram lines. But that one isn't on a tram line. So how did it? Because there's no trampled crop. So whoever got to it would have had to come from above without walking across it. So there we go. What did I ring? I rang Longman of Wilmington, surprise major. I made a new method and rang that. Yeah, so that was our one, but but the argument, and because I did some research into this and I spoke to a few of other investigators, and they said, yeah, there's a great chance that this is
this is a human-made formation, because those footprints appeared within days of a sportswear brand did an advert at Giant's Causeway, and the start of the advert featured 2 footprints, and they were the sponsor of like the US Open, or no, the golf tournament in the US. So a lot of people would have seen it, and then they appeared. So yeah, there is a lot of skepticism with that. So there we go. Anyway, over to what I was going to say. This is a live cam of the Eiffel Tower. Now I'd like you to look at the lights on that. They're currently glowing yellow, which is correct. That's their normal floodlighting. But just have a watch. It is exactly 11 o'clock. And there we go. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the biggest clock in Paris. Every single hour at night, when the floodlights are on, the tower lights up. And at the top of the hour, the flash bulbs come on, and they flash for 5 minutes, which is fascinating. It's absolutely lovely to watch. So that is what happens in Paris at the top of every hour, and that tells the Parisians and the tourists that it is the hour. And what's even more fascinating, and sadly I can't show it because we started the stream too late, but at midnight their time, so it's 1 o'clock our time, they turn off the floodlights because it's nighttime, and they have them on from dusk until midnight. But the flash bulbs still light. So you get this, and it's called the midnight sparkle. And the gold lights are turned off, but the flash bulbs are still on, and you've just got this black silhouette flashing. It's absolutely spectacular. Anyway, before I get a copyright strike on that, that's my cue to head off for the evening. So yes, a quick bit of information. We will be back streaming again tomorrow at 11 a.m, not 12 o'clock. We will be starting at 11 a.m. because we will be welcoming in the new year across the world as it gets closer to London. And we will be looking at the new year in... Let me get my list up. We will be welcoming in the new year in... that's bad English. At 11 a.m, we will be seeing in 11 a.m. our time. We will be seeing in the new year at the Sky Harbour, not Sky Harbour, that's Phoenix, the Sky Tower at Auckland in New Zealand. That is at 11 a.m. our time. At 1 p.m. our time, we will be watching the fireworks from Sydney Harbour in Australia. Now they are, I'm biased because I'm British, but the second best firework display of New Year across the world. They put fireworks on the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Sydney Opera House and in the harbour, and it is the most spectacular display you will see. So make sure you're back here for just before 1 o'clock tomorrow if you want to see that display. At 3 o'clock our time, we'll be welcoming in the new year in Tokyo in Japan with the ringing of their New Year bell, and Seoul in South Korea. At 4 p.m, Hong Kong welcomes in the new year. At 5 p.m, Bangkok in Thailand will welcome in the new year. At 7 p.m, New Delhi and Karachi in Pakistan. I've not seen them. They're new for this year. So, yeah, we'll wait and see what that brings.
And then at 8 p.m., we will welcome in the new year at Dubai with their spectacular laser and firework display on or centered around the Burj Khalifa, which is currently the world's tallest building. And then at 9 p.m., because all of these times are in Eastern time, you see, so I'm having to like translate. At 9 p.m., Qatar. And finally, at 10 p.m., Athens in Greece. I would stay for 11 p.m. and Paris and Rome, but if I stream for more than 12 hours, you can't watch the stream back. So we are limited to a 12-hour window. And I gathered that you would probably prefer to see Auckland and the Sky Tower fireworks than Paris and Greece. Greece last year didn't do anything, but Paris do a display at the Arc de Triomphe, but a lot of it's copyrighted as well because I think it's a ticketed event and they have it to music and various other stuff. So it's just better to go to the Sky Harbour and Sky Tower. And also I have a soft spot for the Sky Tower display. It's not to music. It's not over the top. It's very, very tasteful. It's about 5 minutes long. And I always enjoy watching that. It's just, and they have them coming out the top of the tower, which is really, really spectacular. Anyway, so that's our plan for tomorrow. And of course, we will be finishing the build behind us. So, yes, I'm going to head off, I think. Yeah, I will be heading off now. So, again, thank you very much for watching today's live show. I do appreciate it. I hope you all enjoyed it and our little talk about crop formations, which was great fun. And I will see you tomorrow in 12 hours. I'm not going to get any sleep. I'm just exhausted at this point. And my hands are in absolute shreds. I mean, they've got blisters all over them. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow for day 4 and New Year's Eve with Ringer Ollie for 2025. So thank you very much for watching today's stream. I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ra for now.